May I have your attention, please? I'd like to recognize Mr. Mark Holden. Would you please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? We'd like to thank you for joining us tonight. Call the meeting to order. And our first item will be the chairman's report is for the consent agenda, which includes the approval of the agenda, approval of board meeting minutes for October 14th, 2024, approval of overnight field trips, and the approval of the check registry. So if I could have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Holden. We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Make a second.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell. With a motion and a second, is there any discussion?
What's the correction we're talking about?
He joined us electronically. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. And that brings us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Rollins. Welcome to everyone. And I would like to start today by recognizing that it is Veterans Day. And I had one of the joys of being superintendent, you get to bounce around the district and see program after program honoring our country, and I was able to do that today. We had programs everywhere between Jada and I and other district admin. I think we about hit them all, but it was so fun to watch our children singing patriotic songs, to watch our children honoring men and women that have served this great nation. So at this time, I would like to recognize anybody in our audience that has served our country. Would you please stand? If we have anyone that served. And I would like to give a big round of applause. Mayor Seamus. Old social studies teacher, and it is fun to talk about history. And we have a great history, and we live in a great country. And the freedoms that the men and women in our armed services have provided for us is just something we should always celebrate. I just like to start our program tonight, our meeting, by doing that. So thank you to our veterans. Now, to continue the celebration, I'm going to turn our program over to Miss Amy Driggers and Miss Amber Pitts, as we're going to honor community members that helped us survive this hurricane. We had quite the ordeal, as many of you are aware, and we had so many people in the community. There's too many departments to call out, so I'm going to let Amy do that because I don't want to miss anybody, but we are so grateful for our community and our community partners for helping us get through this very terrible storm. Ms. Driggers?
Yes, thank you. I've entered this stage of my life, guys, so not only have I blown up my font, but I need my glasses as well, so bear with me. Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Smith, Mr. Rollins, and board. The students and staff at all Spartanburg 1 schools took the time to create handmade cards to express their deepest gratitude to everyone who came together during the days of school closure due to Hurricane Helene. Everyone's support, kindness, and resilience made a significant difference in the lives of so many in our community, especially our students. To all of our local police departments, fire departments, city and town hall constituents, Chartwells, and our very own maintenance department that stepped up to provide assistance, supplies, and shelter, we thank you for your selflessness and dedication. Your efforts helped to keep our community safe and supported during the storm. Tonight, we'd like to recognize you. We're so proud to belong to such a caring community. We will call each department and ask that you come and receive your cards to share with your departments and the others in your workplace. We'll start with the Inman Police. Next, the Campobello Police Department.
Inman was way faster getting down here.
Thank you. The Landrum Police Department. Inman Fire Department. Inman Volunteer Fire Department. Campobello Fire. Landrum Fire Department. Gowinsville Fire Department. Holly Springs Fire Department. Inman City Hall. Landrum City Hall. The town of Campobello. Chartwells.
All right, squeeze in, we gotta get a picture.
And lastly, the Spartanburg District 1 Maintenance and Grounds. Thank you all so much for your ongoing support of our students and our community. We're most grateful for you today and every day. Thank you.
I, like most of y'all, probably thought this was just going to be like a normal storm. You know, we'll ride it out like we always do. And then when you saw the devastation, about 11 o'clock, I thought, oh, this is not a normal storm. And then when I drove around the community where I could get to, I couldn't get far. I tried to get the DO. I got on 357 and made it about to Chad's market there and didn't get much past there. And I knew we were going to be in a pickle. And then as it day turned after day, we started worrying about our kids and what kind of food situation people have, because it was tough, and y'all all know that. But thanks to the folks in this room, you quickly restored our community to order. And just thank you for your tireless hours of service. I know several of y'all went to North Carolina as well, because it was worse up there, and I appreciate that service. But we live in a blessed community, and I want one more round of applause for the people sitting in this room serving our community. Thank y'all from the bottom of our heart. We really mean that. Chairman, I also like to recognize our fall programming with our fine arts programming and our sports teams. We had a strong sports season in the fall and competition season for our fine arts teams. I would like to recognize our Chapman Band. They placed 6th in the state under the direction of Kevin Horton, and our Landrum Band placed 7th in the state under the direction of Jonas Nix. I had the privilege. Now, they didn't do me any favors. They had both these competitions on the same Saturday, so I'm going all over the upstate, but it was so joyful to watch our kids perform and to do so well. Also would like to recognize our Chapman Theater Department represented us this past weekend in the state championship, and we had 2 students place and receive All-Star Awards under the direction of Dr. Carrie Ponder. So I would like to just give a shout out to our arts. We had a strong semester, and then we will continue into the second semester with other and more events. The sports scene, Landrum High School would like to honor our girls tennis team. They were region champions, and they will play for the Upper State Championship, I believe this Wednesday or Thursday. We don't have the date finalized yet, but they've got a shot to make it to the state championship. So real proud of them. Girls golf at Landrum finished 7th in the state. Real proud of them. Our volleyball team at Landrum were region champs for the 2nd year in a row, and they advanced to the 3rd round. Got beat last Thursday night in a close match with 96, but they did great. They had 2 great years back-to-back, so real proud of them. Girls cross country at Landrum is region champions, and they will compete for the state title on November 22nd, next Friday. So they will, and we will be in the mix. So stay by your phones. I will let you know. And that was Landrum. And at Chapman, our Chapman D team football team won the conference title. That's the middle schoolers, so they won that. Proud of them. Volleyball, they won the region championship, and they will host Powdersville tomorrow night at Chapman. This is a plug for everybody to attend, okay? We need to pack the gym out. The word is a DJ may make an appearance. We're 1-0 with volleyball with the DJ, so it gets the kids out, and they have a lot of fun, so sparing no expense to beat Powdersville. And if we're fortunate enough to win that, we'll play in the state championship this Saturday. And it will be, thank you, Barbara, it'll be at 6:30 in Chapman's gym. Cheerleaders, they are region champs, our competitive cheer at Chapman region champs. 2 weeks ago, they placed 1st in the Debbie Rogers Championship. That is the precursor to the state championship. And then last weekend, they finished top 3 in the upper state qualifier. And they also will have a shot to win it. Last year, think back, we came in 3rd in the state, and it was by hundredths of a point. So we will be in the mix for a state championship for girls competitive cheer for sure. Cross country boys at Chapman, they're ranked in the top 5, and they've got the fastest team in school history. And they will compete on November 21st. That's next Thursday. And they like their chances. So it's good to hear that. Girls golf finished 5th in the state a couple weeks ago and just had a strong season. So just want to point out those with our fine arts programs and our sports teams had a really, really, really good start to the year. And then think about we're a 2-week period where you took time off from a hurricane and we're still able to do that. So big round of applause for our students, please. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. That was a great report, a great slate for the fall. At this time, those who were here to be recognized, you're welcome to stay with us and continue with the meeting, or you're free to go if you'd like to, if there's anything pressing you need to attend to. Thank you. And our next item on the agenda is the personnel report. Dr. Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, this time we don't have any retirements. We do have resignations. I would like to recommend that the board accept these resignations that were in your packet.
Thank you, Dr. Beeson. We have a recommendation to accept the resignations presented to us in our packet. Do we have a motion?
I make the motion that we accept the resignations as indicated in the packet.
Thank you, Mr. Vanford. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify your approval by raising your right hand. Thank you. Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, we have one approval for employment that was also in your board packet. I recommend that you accept this approval of employment.
Thank you, Dr. Beeson. We have a recommendation to accept the new hire presented in our packet.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? Thank you. It's unanimous. Yes, sir. Mr. Banner.
Say that the report indicates that from month to month that our employees are happy in their work and it's meeting their needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderford.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beeson. And our next item is the Operation School Safety. Mr. Jeff Harmon.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see you all in person. It's been a while since I saw you all in person at one time. So I do want to give you a brief safety update and some upgrades that need to be part of your agenda. I'll let you have that. Don't look it working appropriately. So our first slide is talking about just a little bit of history. As you know, for the 23-24 school year, we did receive safety grant funds from the state in Proviso 181. We received $550,000 to $100,000. That went toward weapon detection units at $443,000 plus some change there. The remaining money was spent on security film at our 8 schools. plus upgrades to our aging door access control systems at all 10 schools. There was an improvement in that area for all the schools, even though we have, 2 newer high schools, there still was an improvement there that needs to occur with that as well. And as you can see, for the 24-25 school year, we receive an additional safety grant in funds, proviso 1.78. We received $463,000. That is super for us in our district. That is to be spent on physical door replacement. Project involves 8 schools within the district. Total for the last 2 years, just over $1 million that we have received from the state for safety improvements. And that is a great addition to what we were trying to do already with a lot of our projects that we were spending through capital funds. But every year, it was a slow process. This is a great infusion. It's a great booster to ensure the safety of our school facilities. So it's awesome for us as a district. So, in review also, as part of that initial school safety grant funds from 1.81, we put weapon detection systems in at both our high schools, 8 units in each school. That ensured a quick and secure screening process. Along with those 8 units in each school, we also have 4 Defender security guards that are on contract, and you see that dollar figure there, $143,000. That is 2 Defender security guards in each of our schools for the front office all day and student entrance all day. And we've talked about this before, but those entrances are always used throughout the entire day for students coming and going. Student schedules are just as flexible as our educational opportunities are in School District 1. So, what are the trends? I'm here to make sure you understand what some national trends are, and of course you probably remember the school shooting that occurred early in our school year in Georgia. That is a trend for middle-aged students to start making threats and carrying out threats. And if you remember that case very fondly, from all the reports in the media about it, he actually made his initial threat while he was a middle schooler. The weapon that he used to carry out his attack as a high schooler, it was purchased for him while he was still a middle schooler. And of course, you know how most students are in our country. We have a trend to be copycats. We see it on social media, we see it on the news, and we follow through and we copy that. It's that way of becoming infamous. So, additional implementation is being sought for January 2025 through May 2025. That is to finish out this school year. We are recommending that we go ahead and go forward with middle school weapon detection systems. After the successful rollout at the high schools, which was highly successful, we heard 0 complaints about how well it was rolled out. We're going to go ahead and recommend that we go ahead and roll out to the middle schools, as it was part of our original plan to roll it out this past school year, but you guys decided that we wanted to make sure that we did it well with the high schools, that we implemented well, and that we didn't have any problems with students getting in during their day. It went so well, and based on these threats, we're recommending going forward with this school year, this semester, instead of waiting for the next school year to come. So this is our proposed plan. 4 units at Campbell Grambling, 3 at Landry Middle, and 5 at Mayberry Middle School. This will ensure quick and secure screening, similar to what we have accomplished at our high schools. The middle school weapon detection program, the equipment cost will come out of capital, $166,346.05. That's very accurate. It is a very detailed quote, along with weapon detection wands at $800 and protective sleeves at just under $2,000. And those protective sleeves are the ones that market for the school, so they can see it looks like spirit sticks and it's got all their markings and things that they recognize on a regular basis. The personnel plan that is really important as part of this expenditure is that we would seek to man these units with 4 SROs from our current municipalities, approximately $80,000. That would be from January 2025 to May 2025. Also, we would need staff stipends at $33,120. That is to offset that morning rush when the students are coming in. That one personnel person cannot screen all those students for a quick and secure screening process. This has worked really well at the high schools. Staff really appreciate being a part of this safety measure as well. So total staffing costs from January to May 2025 is $113,120.
Thank you, Officer Harmon. Coming to you tonight, members of the school board, is that the district administration recommends that the board increase the expenditures for the 24-25 school year by approximately $115,000. Officer Harmon just gave you the exact total of, I believe, $113,000. That would be to cover the additional cost associated with rolling out our weapons detection system at the middle schools, being effective when we return in January of 2025. So that is the recommendation from the district administration. In order for us to be able to accomplish what you guys have seen and experienced and heard, the success at the high schools, that we can get that same success at the middle schools. At this point in time, Officer Harmon and myself can answer any questions that you may have.
Will the training for faculty who assist in the mornings, like at the high school, will all of that be completed and in place when they return, the students return for classes?
If you choose to vote to go along with the recommendation, we will have everybody trained and all equipment will be in place before they return.
And I would also like to thank you and your team for the detail and the explanation, the clarity. There's just, you've left really nothing to question as far as in my mind, that you covered almost every detail. Easy to understand and supports the need in this world that we live in today. Not ideal, but I think the way that it's presented will be a tremendous help as well. So everyone feels okay with it. I feel good about it.
The $115,000 expenditure, that's just approving this expenditure. We're not doing anything with the budget. That's just because should anything happen at the year end, we have any issues, we have already approved that. So there will be no issues, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I'll speak to that. That is, in the event that we, cannot absorb that cost in our budget, then this allows us to go over what we originally spent, $115,000.
Okay.
On that same line, it is important to note, moving forward, if we're going to continue this process in 25, 26, then in the spring, when we begin our budget process, we will have to plan for this full staffing of all the weapons detection at both high schools and the 3 middle schools, which would be obviously an added expenditure compared to this year.
That would be addressed in our budget process
Correct.
for next year.
What is the full year cost? Is it a 230?
Yep.
How many teachers can you hire for 230?
I would say it's around with fringe, 2.5. Yep.
3?
Can you speak to some of the results from this semester so far at the high schools? Have you detected any weapons? I mean, can you just speak to kind of how it's been going, other than just it's going quickly?
Other than going quickly, we cannot speak to any weapons being found. Having those things in place, the bigger element of it is the deterrent. They know they can't get things through there. So yes, we're picking up on contraband, curling irons and things like that. But for the most part, the way we've set up these smart weapon detection systems, they're not metal detectors. Now, we can set them to be metal detectors where your zipper sets it off, but they're set up to be weapon detection systems, so they're smart, less intrusive into the students' day. They can walk through with their book bag intact. The only thing they can't walk through with is this. And they've learned at the high school, they walk in like this, they hand it to the security personnel, and they walk right through with their bag in place, very minimal. But what we have found is there's a growing confidence among staff and students. When we had that outbreak all over the country of all these threats that were coming on social media, that were just viral explosions of just, I don't want to say garbage, because that's what it was, because there was no threat that was found to be credible across the country for these things. So
and I want to point out, Jeff, that I actually had parents of other districts reach out to me about what we were doing. And, you know, it was comforting to know we had this set up in place because in other districts, not all districts have this. And I want to say this, be very clear. This is not foolproof. Be very clear. This is an additional barrier. It's an additional layer of security. So in no way, shape, or form do we put all of our trust in this. We have to still be vigilant. We still have to train. We still have to listen to children. They're still your best resource in reporting things that are going on. But it is a big barrier, and you have to account. If you want to do bad things, you have to account for this. Because the system works, and I think we've shared with y'all earlier. Several of our staff, we've gone through these systems, and we know exactly what it hits on, and we're very pleased with the detection rate. And I thank God that we've not had an issue this school year. Do I don't know if we'd have had one if we wouldn't have had? I have no idea, but I don't want to take chances with our kids' safety. I would much rather do everything I can on the proactive stance to protect children and staff than to be explaining to a mama why her child got hurt. That is the fear when I wake up and pray to the good Lord, and that's the fear when I go to bed. Because our number one job now, unfortunately, is not to educate, is to keep people safe. You cannot educate if your children do not feel safe. And I've shared this with y'all before. The first thing my two kids, when we came up here, asked, said, "Dad, where are the metal detectors?" We don't have them. And you know, coming from a bigger school where they had them, you know, that brought my kids some anxiety that those weren't in place. Do I love doing it? No. Do I wish we live in a world we didn't have to? Yes. But I'm a realist, and my job, y'all hired me to protect these kids. I love the idea of us adding a second SRO. There are school districts in South Carolina that have that, but they are much larger schools. Usually, what's the ratio, Jeff? It's one SRO for about 1,500. So if the school board takes this very bold approach to, instead of adding a security guard, to add an armed uniform officer, I don't know of any other district in South Carolina our size that's doing that. And you want to talk about being a harder target? 2 police officers in a school? That is the bad guys are looking for low-hanging fruit. They are looking for 5 minutes because they know all the research shows 90% of school shootings are over in less than 5 minutes. They know the clock's ticking. And so they're looking for low-hanging fruit. So I really appreciate Jeff and Jason doing the extra work to figure out that we, for pretty much the same cost, if not a little cheaper than the security guards, are adding with our local municipalities. And I want to give them a shout out. This is just the night for them, okay? It has been such a blessing to work with our local municipalities because whenever we have an SRO that's out sick, they cover. And Jeff Harmon covers a lot. We never have a school uncovered here, and that's unheard of. Because coming where I did come from, there would be many days where we had schools uncovered because we didn't have people to fill them. So I really appreciate our local municipalities filling the gap when we have, I mean, they're people, they're going to be out, okay? They can't be at work every day. But I really like this plan. Other questions?
Well, students are our number one concern, the safety of students. And looking for low fruit, they've also been studying the situations, and they know the habits, and they know the best times of day to approach the school and where that location would be. I've taught in schools where there was one SRO that was spent the first part of the day at one school and left it with none and went and spent the second part at another school. And in Horry County, huge. I mean, unless you've looked into numbers, it is huge system. And they were implemented 11 years ago when I taught in Horry County. And the kids didn't mind it a bit. It didn't seem anything organized like what we have. So I think it's looking good. and even in the elementary schools, and the kids were not inhibited by it. They weren't threatened. And covering it with school mascots, and maybe you could put at Christmas, a little Santa hat on the wand, and, and because they don't see things like we see them. The thoughts of a wand going around my grandbabies, I think about that, but I would rather do that than to have to go and identify a body. And I don't mean to be getting morbid, but when you're spending monies of this total, it doesn't take much more than that for me to say it's worth spending it on this if we had to choose between it and some other things that we might be spending money on that we could do without.
Will the detection systems be available at the after-school activities, the events at the middle school?
They'll be just like at the high schools
Okay.
currently. It'll just be for daytime educational hours, unless this board sees fit, it says that they want to increase the stipend amounts, then these things can be implemented. But at any time, if we found that there was a credible threat to an after-school event, a football game, a rivalry game, and we heard through SRO chatter or through the sheriff's office that there was a threat to that event, that outdoor event, because that's one of the biggest trends now is outdoor events, we have no problem now to be able to take any of those units at middle school events or high school events and put them out there, and we can figure it out between our local municipalities and screen everybody that comes in. That's the flexibility of these units that we purchased.
I appreciate the work that you guys have done and the grant funding for this district to help offset, giving us, a better safety posture. I think you've done a fantastic job. I certainly want our kids to be safe. And I support the purchasing of the units. My concern is $230,000 on top of the budget. And the way we're funded is based on teachers. Every staff we add that's not a teacher, we're not funded for. That comes out of our tax base. So I just want to share a perspective, okay? So in a chemical plant, you got to manage a lot of risk. And you cannot mitigate all risk. And so you have to choose based on the probability of where you think the risk is. And my assessment is the probability is very, very, very low here. So my inclination is the deterrent is good, but we have to figure out how to do this without adding $230,000 to the reoccurring budget. We need to figure that out. There's some technology we could probably use, but I just urge us to try to figure that out because it's 3 teachers we can't hire. That's my concern. So I appreciate the work. I appreciate the emphasis, but I think the risk is low. So that's my perception.
I have a question. I don't know if I know you probably met with them, but the governor and Superintendent Weaver said I guess it was last week or last week, that they were going to put more money towards safety. It's a focus. And the governor was saying.
She's talking about the $20 million already allocated that we
Already
got
allocated?
$463,000
Not
for.
additional?
No,
Okay,
that they were referencing the school safety grants.
okay, thank you.
And the only money that the state spends on personnel is in SROs, and we currently have 3 SROs that are on that grant now. And you cannot add additional SROs to that grant unless it's a new school. Existing schools do not qualify. So it has to be a new school. We have 3 SROs on that grant now.
And along those same lines, just been here a little bit longer than Officer Harmon and Dr. Smith, this district many years ago decided to go and move forward with a resource officer in every school. When across the state, that was not occurring. Matter of fact, up until the last couple of years, a neighboring school district did not have an SRO in every building. That was a chance that y'all took. Y'all decided to do it. Why? Because it was what was best for kids. While I respect and appreciate your opinion, Mr. Holden, I think this is an opportunity very similar to that, to take a chance and make a bold statement that we believe that this is what's needed at all of our middle and high schools. Because as a parent of a current middle school student in this district, when we go to other schools and he asks, Dad, when are we getting ours? When are we getting ours? He's safe. He feels safe. He's got nothing to worry about when he comes home. But he's asking that question when he walks into Campobello Grambling School as a 7th grader. Correct. Those kids are thinking about it. And it gives them and I think Officer Harmon, since day one when he came on board here with us, he made it very clear, as Dr. Smith said earlier, guys, this is not foolproof, but it is a preventative measure. And if we don't take every preventative measure that we can to protect our kids, we have to answer for that. So, again, I just want to encourage you. I appreciate Mr. Holden's stance. I really do respect, and that's what we're all here for. But it is needed, and we believe from an administration in regards to safety, it would provide a layer of protection that a lot of other schools across our community, not District 1, but in the upstate, don't have. And we would be taking a chance like this district did many years ago by putting an SRO in every building. We're talking about putting 2 SROs in our high schools and middle schools, and y'all, that's quite, that's impactful. That's impactful.
Could you speak to the cost between, if we were to go with Defender versus putting an SRO in?
Yes, Defender is approximately where this is $113,000. Defender is right at $136,000 to add a Defender, which is unarmed. And if we can ask for armed security, which you will not hear Officer Harmon or myself advocate for that, because I can tell you those gentlemen and men, some of them are still in this room, we'll take those SROs in our municipalities every day, all day. So it's actually cheaper because these would be part-time SROs in the fact that they would work 180 days for us as a school district, and then throughout the summer, they could be with their department full-time. So they would be part-time for us for the 180 school days.
And Debbie, the way they were able to do that is because of the partnership of the people in this room, of how much they love this community. They're not making money off of it. They're just charging us what it costs them. I mean, how many people do that? That's staggering that we have people in our community that are truly putting the kids first, not looking to profit off a school district. This is at cost. And when Jason and Jeff gave me those numbers, I thought they were crazy. Because how could they be cheaper than unarmed third-party security? And I understand the concerns. I think, Jeff, if y'all think back to when we were going through this process with the high school, think back to the pictures of the communities that had the school shootings. Think back to those pictures. And they looked a lot like here. So I can't sit here and say that we have a low probability of that happening. I have no way to know, but I know my job is to protect these parents' children and these spouses that send their wives and husbands to work every day. That weight is on my shoulders. That weight is on your shoulders. We feel that. And I don't like spending money no more than anybody else. But if it's going to save a child or a staff member, and I would much rather prevent a tragedy than be trying to be reactive to a tragedy. You can't put that back. Life is so precious. I hate we live in a dangerous world, but it's a world that we recognize as dangerous, and this is our recommendation to make our schools safer at the middle school level.
We will bring one technology, bit of information out, talking about, can you do this for less costs with technology versus personnel? I get all the time technology emails, those kind of things, wanting us to purchase safety equipment to make schools secure. The problem is this, and Mr. Atkinson can attest to this because we talk about this all the time. It's great technology. It solves the problem of personnel, but the subscription costs for those things is what kills us every year. There's technology I'd love to go out and purchase right now that I could get safety grant money to pay for it, but the subscription cost is $100,000 a year. When you start adding that, and that has to come out of reoccurring, regular budget, and you're not guaranteed that subscription cost is gonna be the same when it comes for renewal in 3 years. Next thing you know, it's 150, and you're stuck either having a box that's supposed to be working and keeping people safe, but you can't afford the subscription costs. And that's what kills us is, in a lot of our safety technology, the subscription costs are enormous. And you're getting ready to see that in next year's budget request with our camera system. That subscription cost is coming due. And I kinda, but you guys kinda know that last budget year. But those things are super expensive, so when you start weighing it, can we get technology to replace people? You can, but in the safety world, they make a killing off that software license fee every year. So in this case, we actually save more money by doing the personnel than we do that. That's just my 2 cents on the technology version.
But I'm not aware of any technology that scans children in place of a human I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen technology take the place of a staff member.
You go to the airport and you go in a little machine and it sniffs you and go out. That's the kind of technology we're talking about that replaces people. And when you start introducing that kind of technology, and I've been in these a lot, it starts to look like you're in a prison. And what we currently have purchased.
We've been very grateful to keep the climate and culture because our climate and culture has not suffered. After day 4, our kids had it. And climate and culture is very important because you don't want the feel of, oh my gosh, here we go, or where are we checking into?
It's the same technology that's at the Peace Center. So if you're gonna go see Wicked at the Peace Center, you're going through the exact same pieces of equipment. So,
If I can, I'm in favor of buying the units. I want our kids to be safe. I am challenging, how can we're putting another person in the school. What are they doing when they're not in the morning scanning people? Or using technology, we can talk offline about some options. I know that's a lot less expensive than $230,000. But this is not free. And it's an investment worth making for sure, but can we do it differently? Is there a way to do it differently so that we don't incur the reoccurring costs, which we have no support from the state? We will have to raise, taxes eventually with this type of expenses. And we're trying to manage that. And it's a balance, right? It's a balance. We're in a difficult situation, and I'm just asking, can we please, I will support this. I will vote for it in just a minute. But I'm asking between now and when it comes time to make the budget for $230,000, let's look, let's fight, let's try to think differently about, because it's unsupported by the state.
One of my concerns is, that I think about is, we're from around here. This is our hometown. But our hometown is changing every day. There's all different types of walks of life. We're getting the growth in that we desperately need. We need growth in our communities. But as that growth continues, we've got more children to protect too. So that's because we've just got all kind of walks of life now in our little hometowns that we grew up in. And it's just scary. It's scary for me.
And they're not grounded in what we were and raised as we were, and it's not a part of their heart. It's just a new place to live. But my question was, could whoever researches for grants are there any on the county level or the state level or the national level that could be searched to see, are there grants that would help us with some of these extra costs by growing our,
Not for personnel. For personnel, you'd have to be a law enforcement entity for those type of grants. But other grants, it requires matching funds, 25-50% matching funds, and
well, could those possibly be used to
buy
cover
equipment, not
these areas
personnel.
that Mark said we might be taking money from?
The only thing those really could be used for is to buy more equipment, and the issue for the issue
Yeah.
is personnel. And the only federal grants out there for personnel are for law enforcement entities, and we are not a law enforcement entity, and state law prohibits us from becoming a law enforcement entity.
Then maybe could we look for grants to cover the costs, like with the AI, with that money, grants that also fund other areas that we might could
Well,
use
I
in
want to
those
make
areas?
sure that, I'm gonna be a parent again, if that's okay, because that's, other than being a husband, number one, being a parent, number two, is more important than this role I'm standing here with, okay?
Well, I'm talking as a grandfather.
So, Officer Harmon is very humble in saying that. Let me tell you, when you walk through the school, if you had never been, I encourage you to show up at 7:45 at Landrum or Chapman High School and see the greeting that the staff that we're talking about, this money's needed for. See the greeting, see the interaction, see the respect that they give our students as they are asking for their Chromebooks. And let me tell you, as a former principal, the worst thing I ever had to do as a principal was not punish somebody. It was going through someone's book bag, because this is the nastiest thing you will ever see. And they do it with a smile on their face. The relationships that these adults, our teachers, these SROs, the relationships that they build with kids is yet again another what? Preventative action that we have. Because they can look at Miss McDowell coming in on Tuesday and say, something ain't right with her today. This is not her typical self. So yes, she might get through this metal detector, but the first call on the radio I make is going to be to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, hey, check Miss McDowell. See how she's doing today. Something just doesn't seem right. These are the type of adults that we have manning these stations. Rest assured, my ninth grader at Chapman High School has never had Mr. Burnett ever as a teacher, but wants him. You want to know why? Because he runs the weapons detection system. And he says, Daddy, he might be the coolest guy I know. Those are things, guys.
Second coolest. Second coolest.
Other than me or you?
Me? Come on. Come on.
Those are the things that I hear, and I trust. I hear what everybody's saying. But there are grants, but those are people and relationships, because let's get this, it's all about relationships. And those are things that you can't replace. Those are things that you can't substitute.
And Gene, we'll keep looking, and Mark keep looking, but I'm still unaware, and Jeff, we'll keep looking of any grant that'll fund humans. The grant funding is for capital purchases. And I understand that, because a grant fund would be, they don't want to bring a person in for a year and then it disappear. But we will continue to look, and we will continue to think. I'm not going to promise anything. All we can do is try, but as of today, this is the only way we know how to do it. But we're always open to suggestions, and if somebody finds out, we're always learning. You can't be an educator without continuously learning. So if there's a better way to do it, we'd be open to that, especially if it's cheaper.
Just be sure to check into the Polk Community Foundation. Now, I know that they award money to the Landrum students because they're there on the line, and they award things for teacher degrees. They sent a group to England. They sent us to Chicago for an international festival, paid hotel rent.
Jeff, will you check that
all
out,
of
Polk Foundation?
Mhm.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
a simple process, and you go for one interview, and they even, had already left as band director, but with Ms. Gilbert, who just retired from there, they even funded summer band camp and the marching band season fees for every band student. And there they were knocking on doors for you to buy a cheese ball and a
As y'all have seen, we're not afraid to ask anybody for money around here, so we will make them tell us no. But thank you, Mr. Vanderford. Any other questions?
Like to make a comment about the Defender versus our SROs and the relationship. That speaks to me. I do think that is, because the Defender, they can change out,
And they have.
yeah, and so, but if you get an SRO, they're invested in the community, and so if we're going to do this and have personnel, I would prefer it be some of our community members, and as I understand it, the municipal police departments are ready and able to help us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, and one thing to make mention of, and I think Mr. Holden, I think he's sensing this, and he is correct. Defender, one job. I'm running that unit. If it gets set off, I'm calling the SRO. Other than that, they're another victim. I'm sorry. An SRO has already been trained, knows how to mitigate issues. They may see something in the hall. Hey, what are y'all doing? Let's calm down a little bit. Defender, that is not their, we get more bang for our buck with the SROs because they can do more in our schools, and if someone's out last minute or they have to go run, like, I'm constantly going to schools because we gotta go check on a student. This is another day, day 7, and the student, we hadn't heard from, hadn't called, I'm going up there to relieve the SRO. In these cases, that second SRO acts as, I can stay here, you go check on that student. So it gives us more freedom to do those things with that versus Defender.
One major benefit, though, Jeff, and it's very much optical, is there's 2 police cars at the school instead of 1. That sends a message. And what the plan is that, of course, both will be working intake in the mornings, but then we will only need 1 at one of the stations, and then the other one will be free to be in the school, and they will swap out. So we will always have 1 running the system, and 1 will be available in the building.
It gives us walk around the perimeter
Yes.
of the property.
Yes, sir. All the time. Checking doors.
Gives us much more flexibility, like today, the person covering Landrum today had to go direct traffic, but then in the parking lot, there's an accident. Well, who's gonna, so having that second one there, now we don't have this issue of how do we get coverage, and there's that wait time, and is it a bus, is it a student, those kind of things. So adding that second one, especially with student drivers, student drivers are very tough. I mean, this week, we had a bump right in front of Landrum High School, student drivers. So,
I think what Mark, and I do agree with him, is when we start our budget process next year, which I'm hoping will be in February, we need to take every avenue we can to see if there's any way we can absorb some of the cost. I think that's all we're asking, is to make sure we really look at it very closely, so, and I agree with that concept.
I would think too, especially in the high school, those students will pick up on the Defender isn't carrying a weapon. I haven't seen them. I'm just recall, if you will permit me about 15 seconds, Henry County Schools, Martinsville, Virginia, and Henry County near Martinsville Speedway. The 2 big schools were Bassett High School, the furniture, Bassett, and Fieldale Collinsville, textiles. And major rivalry, dangerous rivalry. So they hired a Defender to sit in the press box all night because one school had a rock that they had shipped over here from another country, and that rock was next to holy, and they wanted that rock guarded and the other damage to the property. And the Defender went to sleep in the press box, and they got the rock. So I don't think, and I'm not saying that, I'm not stereotyping them, because I've worked with volunteers when I used to sell boating and fishing permits at Lake Bowen before I started teaching in District 1 that summer. And they were on the money. My 3 grandkids thinks Mr. Chad is the greatest thing since peanut butter. I mean, I hate to tell them, they're wrong. No, but they do. I'm teasing. I'm teasing Chad. He's my buddy. But it does make a difference. And I echo and agree with Mark and Barbara and I'm sure everybody here that we, you know, when it comes to that time, just gonna have to sit down and we're gonna have to, we want it all and we'll just have to balance it out and see where, you know, to not put loads of burden on our taxpayers and parents and make the right decision. Pray we make the right decisions.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I got a couple things I want to ask about. About the difference between a defender and a SRO. You know, the whole purpose of this is to defend our children. If you got a defender sitting there without a gun, all he can do is call somebody. If you got an SRO sitting there with a gun, hopefully he can stop something before it happens. And I'm totally in agreement with Mr. Holden about the cost. You know, our budget is tight, and it bothers me thinking about we have to ask people for more money for the taxpayers, like Mr. Bannister said. You know, the low percentage, I agree, it's probably a low percentage. But what if that 1% happens and we don't do this? And it happens, you know, it's not gonna be a good thing. And, you know, we hire these guys, or they are hired to give us information and recommend things. And, you know, between now and the next budget, we're gonna have to come up with some money to do some things. We, as a board, we're gonna have to decide probably what are our needs and what are our wants. And we're gonna have to put our needs first and maybe not do some things that we wanna do in the future to do this. But if we're gonna protect kids and we're doing it at high school, you know, it can happen at any of the schools, so. You know, I'm for it, but I'm for trying to keep the expense down. You made a good point about that, and going forward, you know, we run out of money from time to time with our budget, and we're gonna have to think about our wants and our needs in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Rollins and Dr. Smith, are we going to, what kind of communication from here to the community is going to be going to them through this process? Because the longer it lay dormant, the more it grows, and sometimes there's misunderstandings or mistruths, or and it causes problems. But if they can be a part of, or at least know our dialogue, and that we are being careful and we do realize all of these different things, you know, just like that we did with the last big decision we made, we were right up front. Mm-hmm. But for those that do not attend board meetings and they're not online, we've got to have some way to communicate. There may already be.
Jada's got a
I'm
plan
sure she's got
ready to go upon y'all's approval, but that is a great
Okay.
point, Mr. Vanderford.
Yeah.
Communication's key.
Well, she's almost as smart as I am.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question. I think it's time to vote.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Cothran. So we have a recommendation for expanding our weapons detection program to the junior highs. We would entertain that motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. We
I'll
have a
second.
second. Thank you, Mr. Vanderford. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Is there any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you all, and thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McGraw.
School board.
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Harmon. And our next item is finance, Ms. Lacey Brady.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the finance update this evening, I would just like to talk with you about an important change that we made in the finance department for the FY 24-25 school year. As you all know, that we had a little bit of turnover in the finance department over the past 6 months or so. And with that, Dr. Smith allowed me to take one of those positions and restructure it into a procurement officer. And that was a much needed position for this district. It comes with a lot of benefits. That position will allow the district to ensure that we are following laws and regulations as they pertain to procurement and purchasing. It will also allow us to train our people on the best practices for procurement and purchasing. And our hopes and our long-term goal is to try to make sure that dollar meets the classroom. So when we hired for this position, I personally feel like, and I think several of the people that work with me feel the same, that we hit the jackpot with this hire. And so we asked her if she would graciously come this evening just to kind of talk with you all, to introduce herself and tell a little bit about herself, her background, and what she's currently working on for us. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you all Miss Kristen Hudson.
Hey, good evening. It's nice to meet all of you. I've seen your pictures for years. So my name is Kristen Hudson. I came from Granger Industrial Supply. That's a state contract MRO supplier in the state of South Carolina. MRO is maintenance, repairs, operations, just to head that question off. So during my 16 years at Granger, 8 of which I was an account manager, sales rep. Account manager was the technical role for that. But I called on the upstate of South Carolina local and state customers. So all 7 school districts in Spartanburg County, Greenville County, Clemson University. I had fire, police, so a little bit of everything. So I'm very, very, very familiar with governments and some of the challenges that we have with limited budgets, contractual needs that we have to meet. And then, sorry guys, I haven't public spoken so long. So anyways, being a good steward of the taxpayer dollars while still being, contractually compliant. So over my years, I've worked with maintenance directors, I've worked with CFOs, superintendents, so I've kind of dabbled a lot. When this came open, it was something that I was already kind of considering that I might want to do later on in life. It came at a great time for me. I was able to pick my replacement at Granger, so I got to pick my account manager, which was nice. Really great fit there. So I'm very, very well versed on safety and facility, and I'm able to kind of look at some of these purchases as they come through to know if it's the best solution at the best price. Because, like I said, I had to evaluate my competition, so I'm very, very up to date on what these schools are doing in the upstate, from higher education to primary education, and delivering that to District 1. I accepted the role in June. I diligently have worked with our bookkeepers and secretaries to show them what state contracts are. I see that there was a big disconnect on state contracts, and we get very caught into convenience, right? Like, I've always went here, I've always done this, and that's not necessarily the best way to do it. So we've kind of taken some of those purchases and we've had some conversations. Within 1 month of realigning purchases, we saw about $3,000 in savings. I was manually tracking that. I have not tracked it the 4 months I've been here total. But I think when we get to the end of the fiscal year to look at side by side, I think we're going to see some really good savings just from taking a step back and having conversations of, do we need to purchase this? Is this the best use of the taxpayer dollars? And just kind of like stepping back into those purchases and making intentional, informed purchases versus just buying to buy. So we're doing quarterly meetings with our bookkeepers. We'll actually have one this Thursday. And so the first one I sat through, I let everybody else run it. This one I plan to lead. I've got some great stuff to share with the bookkeepers. I don't want to micromanage them. I want to partner with them. But I also want to make sure that, we can speak to every purchase made in this district and what our thought process was behind it. So some goals that I have for myself, with you guys is I want to work with our local municipalities to combine efforts and increase buying power to increase our savings at District 1. I want to attend the state and local roundtables and trainings to ensure that I'm current on codes and changes to effectively do my job. I have already So I've already been to one for 6 hours in Columbia. Got to get the intro to procurement. I'm definitely flipping roles here, so I wanted to make sure I was where I needed to be. I also worked with One Spartanburg recently to do a small minority-owned business forum to kind of get some of that into the school district, because those are some boxes we need to check as well. Make sure we're spreading the wealth. I want to challenge myself and my peers to be informed and intentional on every purchase, as I previously stated. And I also want to hold our contracted vendors accountable and evaluate contracts frequently to ensure that we're getting the services we paid for. So we talked a lot about Defender in the segment before this, and one of the things that I told Jeff was, hey, we said we'll do this contract for 5 years. It's 1 year for renewals. If we get to the end of the first year and they're not meeting our needs, we don't have to renew for the next 4 years. So we can go back if there's a better price or there's a better service. We want to be looking at that. I don't want anyone to get too comfortable here to take advantage of the district. So let's just keep having those conversations and hold them accountable. They contracted they would give us a service, and we expect that service. So far it's been an absolute pleasure. I love the finance department. I love Lacey. I had previous relationships in District 1, so it was like coming home for me. So I hope to see good things in the future. Any questions?
I want to give Kristen a quick shout out. There was a lot happening at the beginning of the year, rolling out school, and I've met her, of course. But I kept hearing a couple people get mad, and I'm like, who y'all mad at? And they were mad at you. Yes. And I figured that the new procurement lady was doing pretty good if she was upsetting some people, because, Kristen, am I not right? If you're in procurement, if you hadn't upset somebody, you're not doing your job.
You know, I'm blessed. I took the job and I was like, I'm going to move my kids to District 1. And then I was like, I'm not going to move my kids to District 1. We're going to stay in 6 because I'm not making a lot of friends.
Well,
let me give it a year or two and then we'll move them on up.
But seriously, in all seriousness, she's been off to a great start. It's a need that Lacey has wanted to fill for years. And it was just, again, this was not a new FTE. This was reimagining how the district office could look. And I hope, and I don't, maybe I should go through that one day, because we've reimagined up here, and we're doing things, we're trying to get the most bang for our buck for the taxpayer. And you know, I'm just going to challenge Kristen to find $230,000. She's got 3. She's got 3 down. So, and again, that's probably too much, but she may can find 100. And as we look to
500.
Well, Mark always wants more.
Do my best.
I like it. Challenge. But you know, look at what we're doing so that we can be the most efficient. And she's off to a great start with that. But we are grateful. And any questions from the board?
I'm very familiar with procurement. And I know that once we went under state procurement, we were going to have to do something, because it is such a tough thing to follow. But I just want to welcome you and thank you for being in District 1 and willing to step up. And if you tick a few people off, I'm for you, girl. Do what you got to do.
And I have. I'll tell you, the biggest challenge here is you guys didn't cross that threshold till a couple years ago. So there's a mindset, a shift here that has to change. So I'm used to dealing with the strictest of strictest procurement codes, and I'm used to having some very lax. So making that transition, I'm blessed. Our bookkeepers are great. I think some realignment and stuff, we're going to be awesome here at District 1. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, good. It was nice to meet y'all. I've seen your faces. Glad to see you in person.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson and Ms. Brady. Our next item is the policy report. Ms. Tesnier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I bring you tonight, on behalf of administration, the first reading of JICJ, and that is the possession/use of electronic communication devices in school. Just a little background on this proposed policy. Superintendent Weaver, along with our legislators, passed this General Appropriations Bill H5100 in 2024 with the mandate that it needed to be in place for January of 2025. We have been working very closely with the Department of Education, communications directors and superintendents across the state as we implement and closely model policies to have these procedures in place as a free to focus. And it's free for our students to focus on bell to bell. So they will be cell phone free from bell to bell. This policy that you have in your packet is a model policy. There are other examples across the state that I do have, but we felt like this was a very good policy. Many school districts around us have implemented a first reading on this policy, and we bring this to you tonight, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
So this is the model policy that the State Department of Education put out?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
response to the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
In your research and doing this, so my concern, if my child is in school, is an emergency situation.
Absolutely.
Can they contact me? And it's not a medical need, it's not something for pre-approval. Is that something that with some of the administrative rules, they'll have access to where their phones are actually in reach, but maybe not on their person if they?
We're not going to take their phones off of
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
And God forbid we ever had an emergency. They can use them if there's an emergency.
Right.
But that's nothing we can put. We followed this verbatim from the state law and the State Department. We've
And so
not
we don't
deviated
need
at
to
all.
put that in, because that would be administered in a way that they would still be allowed to have them during an emergency.
If there was kids define emergency in different ways, Debbie. You know
I know.
that. We would say
thinking
if it's
critical, you know,
if
life-
it's a
Yeah.
life or death emergency, then of course any child could use it. But that's nothing we're going to be able to work in the policy. We would just handle that at the administrative level. And just so y'all know, this transition shouldn't be that difficult for our kids, because last year, going into this school year, 24-25, we rewrote our discipline matrix for this because we knew our teachers were struggling with it. So the only difference is we made ours for instructional time. The state law was school day. And actually, if you'll think back, the House version was instructional time. We were in line with that, and at the time, that's all we had. Then, of course, they don't care about the school calendar. They just went ahead. They changed the verbiage. They went with the Senate verbiage, which is school day, which they've defined as morning bell to dismissal bell. But we've had a great start this year by trying to protect the instructional time. So this would be a transition to the school day in January, and it'd be a transition we'll work with our administrators on and working with the kids. Because when you work with kids, it's not best practice to change midstream, but we will work with our administration to do this because we're going to follow the law. We don't have a say in it.
But in your opinion, this model policy gives you what you need to do this?
To let them use it during an emergency?
No, just in general. This is something that, I know this is the model policy. This is something that you feel, and since you guys have already done it for instructional time, I guess I'm asking.
It's not our
Do you see any
preference.
holes in it? Or
It's not
things
our
that-
preference. I wish they would have stuck with instructional time.
Right.
But that's
we
not what
have to
happened.
do- right,
We have to follow the
that,
law.
yeah.
And I don't feel like I have any wiggle room with the law. So, but we will use common sense as we do all things in our school system.
Thank
Can,
you.
can you explain C for me? Policy implementation and enforcement. Student is a member of a volunteer, I get that. Firefighting organization, emergency organization may be authorized to carry a device. Can you explain the difference? Because they're all carrying them, they're just not exposed, right? They all can bring them to
Sure.
school, but they can't
Yes, ma'am.
have them out during during the school day, not
Yes,
just
ma'am.
instruction.
So C is directly from state law, Ms. McDowell.
Okay.
And that is one that many have questioned. But we will follow law. So if they are a volunteer firefighter, they may have the cell phone. However, it has to be with written permission from the superintendent to carry.
Some districts, Wanda, are taking phones off the children. and putting them in these yonder pouches where they can't access them. I think that's what that's addressing, that a volunteer fireman or woman can have it on their person. Our district, because we're just following, we're not doing any more than the law asks. The law does not say we have to take it off their person. It doesn't say that. It just says no use during the school day. That's just a peculiar way they put that in there. I think that was maybe to combat the districts that were taking the phones off the children completely.
Okay, so do we need to clarify for what we adopt, or?
So the children are gonna be able to have the phones on them, out of sight, and they have to be powered off.
I'm not gonna say, we're not gonna define,
They
if
just
a
have to be
device
on
has to
them,
be
out of
powered,
sight.
kind of out of sight, out of mind,
Gotcha, okay, that's
Hmm.
good.
is way I put it.
Okay.
Look at letter D. Look at letter D about halfway through. During the school day, devices should be powered off and stored as directed by the school district. Exceptions granted for medical necessity, authorized for classroom use, or other authorized reasons should be in writing, da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, where I read, give me 1 second.
I don't think that's the phone. I think that's the Bluetooth earbuds. Am I misinterpreting that?
What about B, personal electronic device accessories, referred to as device accessories? And one of these says that it can't be on them.
Connected to a device, yeah.
I mean, I read this through about 6 times last night,
This is very.
but it says that they can't carry, that it can't be on them. Now, I mean, it's in those words. It's in A, B, C, or D.
Where's the part that they cannot carry the phone?
It's D.
D.
And that's the way I understood it, is it sounds like they're separated from the device. But it does say as authorized by
As
the district.
directed by
And
the school
stored as directed by the school district. So,
What, you will communicate to them you will communicate to them that their phone has to be, they can carry it, it's out of sight, parents, you've got the communication.
well, it's no different than what we are currently doing inside of our instructional periods.
That's why it should be a smooth
So what
transition.
does the word wearing mean?
Wearing, in my definition, is laying on a desk or wearing a smartwatch or wearing the AirPods. They are out visible. You see them.
Well, all I can do is share a personal experience, and it'll be short. In a school I taught in recently, there was no way to control those kids. Those phones were out all day, in class, but they weren't in my room. And they were everywhere. May I go to the bathroom? Yes, and that phone's on their body, and they're in there on that telephone. Because you couldn't tell who the people were, but you could see through the design of the glass. I'm not trying to be a party killer here, but that policy doesn't speak that way to me, that they can have it in their book bag and have access to it. I mean, they have access to it. And they're gonna too many of them are gonna find a way to get to that phone. And I just think if you're gonna have a safety policy or something to enrich educational, this also falls under security and safety as well. It's not here in writing, but that phone can be used to call anybody about anything, whether it's a drug deal or whether it's and I know I tend to go over, but I've been in it. 36 years, I intentionally stayed in the classroom. And it is not easy to manage these policies. The words look wonderful.
Well, and
You
it's
either have
law.
access to it or
They-
you don't have access to it.
These words came straight from law as
Yeah,
well.
and that's why I had Jada take it right from the state law. We've not changed a word as it was given to us.
I think what I'm looking at is consistency with all the schools. Everybody's got to be on the same page, following this policy to keep the confusion down. And I'll use my grandson as an example. First day of school, he walked in and he's carrying his phone. because y'all had started this, he got a warning that day because his phone wasn't supposed to be out. All right, then he goes around the second time, he's in a classroom, coach, they're looking at film, his phone's laying right here, like every other student's laying on his desk. Well, mama calls him, so I blame her for getting my grandson in trouble, okay? So the phone lit up. So he ended up getting in-school suspension for that. So my thing is, we've got to be clear on what we're doing with these phones and be consistent in every classroom. You can't have a coach saying, oh, we in the weight room will do this, and they do it, I know they do. So, and make sure we're doing the same thing at the middle schools, you know, the whole 9 yards if phones are there. And it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be very hard.
You're right, it's about consistency. That's exactly right.
Consistency is the word for me.
This to be powered off all day long, not used. That's what the law says.
If it's
But after
powered off,
school,
wouldn't it
they
be
have
just
they
like
can
the
access them
telephone?
For
Bell to bell, powered
There's
off.
telephones in the classrooms. You got in your office, you've got me in there, telephone in every classroom. It was when I subbed, because I'd use the phone, you know, if I needed to. So I'm not concerned about that part of it. I'm just concerned about making children don't get penalized or punished, that it's made clear to them and it's consistent with, you know, with all the teachers, coaches, everybody.
So I'm assuming, as with other policies, we're providing the framework and the administration will provide the details. So my question originally was, is there anything else that you see that you need in the framework based on your experience with just the instructional time?
No, it has gone well this year, because we had nothing last year. So we've implemented this. We've had over 300 referrals written, 400 about 283 exactly, district-wide. So it is being enforced. I'm sure not perfectly, and that's something we can work on to get better, to make sure we're more consistent. But it's gone very well. The next phase will be to implement the state law in January, and I would like to stress common sense and grace, because it is not best practice to switch gears during a school year. That's asking a lot. We're in a routine, but we will educate our children this coming second semester as we move to the next school year.
But you've been gearing them up this
That's right.
semester, haven't you, for January 1st?
We prepared them with had we known this was gonna happen, we'd have just gone ahead and done this. But we didn't know, we followed the House version. How are we supposed to know who's gonna win that? I guess I'll bet Senate next time. I think we have everything we need.
And I'm sorry, is this for students only? Is this for Kelly Services?
Students only.
Okay.
This is a law for students.
Just for students.
Well, do we have a policy for teachers or like the substitutes? Because I mean, I was not allowed to use, when I subbed, I didn't use my phone in the classroom.
I would,
I didn't
a
think it was
teacher
appropriate.
needs to be teaching.
Yes.
That's right.
I don't know if we have
Do we
a
have a
policy or
policy on
not,
it?
but that would be something I would,
We do?
I'll have to look.
if we don't, it's just something the principal has to enforce, because that's not, I don't want the teachers on their phones. They need to be instructing.
And like students, if a teacher has, or a staff member has a medical issue at home with a grandparent or a parent, or an emergency different from that, that teacher can speak with their principal, who would be your designee, and he would, or she would contact you, and he would handle it. And if, because, you know, if I was dying, I'd want Cindy to be able to pick up her phone and at least find out, you know? I know I'm a different kind of board member, y'all.
Is it-
This is what I am.
Is it normal, for for junior fire department, firemen to leave in an emergency, to leave school?
Not to my knowledge.
I'm not aware that we have any that are active. If we do, I'm unaware that we have any.
But I have discovered that those high school students that are involved with the volunteer fire department, and my dad was in one, those volunteer fire department are like fraternal organizations. And you go to Holly Springs and they've got plaques, history. And they pass that on to these young people, and they are serious about being a volunteer fireman. or if they're at EMS or whatever the community service is. And they will adhere to those rules because they have bought into that and they believe it.
I'd like to make a motion for us to say that this is the first reading of JICJ as it's presented by the administration.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We have a motion to accept as first reading.
I'll second it.
I have a second. Thank you, Ms. Hopper. Any discussion?
Are there any administrative guidelines that go along with it, or should go along with it?
They did not give us any. We could create whatever administrative guidelines we wanted to. We already had those in place for this year's policy. It'd be as simple, and I believe Josh has already done that, just change the definition from instructional time to school day.
This might be a stupid question, but the code of conduct and disciplinary enforcement procedures is the same, like between both high school,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
levels?
It's the same.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I got one question I'd like to ask about definition A. The last sentence says this includes but is not limited to cell phones, smartwatches, tablets, and gaming devices.
Yes, sir.
They always coming up with different technology, and I'm sure that's why that was put in there, but not limited to. But to me, that's a kind of a gray area there. Who would make a decision about what would be permissible and what not? Would it be the teacher, the principal, or the superintendent?
They're saying that can't be there. That they can't have smartwatches, tablets, or the gaming devices.
But they said it's not limited to that. What if they had something else that,
Sure, it'd be up to
Technology
the
comes
teacher and the principal.
that was?
But
The previous sentence clarifies it. Any device utilized to access the internet, Wi-Fi, or cell phone, or to capture images would qualify.
But who, if they have something other than what's listed here, who would decide what the punishment or?
The principal would decide.
Okay.
So,
But I'm not aware of anything else right now, Coach. That's a.
And you know that the principal's going to pick up the phone and call Dr. Smith, at least I would think 99.99999 will, because they're gonna call the mayor. And then it's gonna be dealt with, but it says these things that are listed, it's not limited to those things, because they're leaving the door open for when they invent new things.
Right, new technology. But my question was, who's going to determine that new technology, whether it's against the rules or not? That's my
The
question.
administration will, the school administration, district administration. When the next thing hits. Sure.
Anything that would cause a classroom disruption already, classroom disruption for all things, which is what those devices would be.
so that,
That's the law, right? That's what
Slow.
Well, I have a question. So this is a proviso, a budget proviso. So come next budget, if it's not included, this is something that the State Board of Education has also passed? So it's still in effect, or is it, hey, if they don't include it, this proviso in in 2025's budget, then
Usually that's
We're off
kind of
the
how they
hook.
do laws these days, and it's not codified. But no, this is department, this was given to the State Department. They made it policy. It was approved by the state board, then to us.
And teachers kind of survey, because like Bowling Springs Middle, with Rogers is principal, Andy Rogers is principal, he says it's wonderful to see the kids communicating at lunch, not looking down at their phone. He said It's an adjustment. He said, but we didn't allow them to start it.
And in our elementary and middle this year, Barbara, they're not allowed at all.
Yeah, so see, you've got,
So this is only impacting the high schools. The only change, because in our district policy last year where we put in the matrix code, elementary and middle could have it on their person but never have it out. Could never be out during the school day. The high school kids were given more freedom because they're older during class change or lunch. Non-instructional time, they could have them. The change is the law did school day. And I've talked to some lawmakers, some senators thought they were doing instructional time, and in reality, they were doing school day. Wish they would ask a question, but that's okay. We roll with the punches. The heart, the spirit, everybody, the spirit is to protect the children. That's the spirit. That's what we'll do. Gene, will you take mine right now?
Make it 2.
District did. And we've transitioned. I think it's going to go fine because we haven't started cold turkey. Had we not made the adjustment in August, I think this would have been a massive hardship for our kids. I don't think it's going to be as tough since we've already trended this way with taking it out of instructional time. So we didn't mean for that to happen, but it is going to work to our advantage that our kids aren't just going to school one day with full access, and the next day, nothing.
right.
That would have been really difficult.
Well,
After the school day, at 3 p.m., then who's in charge of the activity, they'll have worked out their policy or whatever with the
Sure.
principal.
Sure, and that was done, and that was done so bus riders could have access to their parents, and that makes total sense.
does this mean that smartwatches can't be worn?
I would
Correct.
assume yes, or they would have to be, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you can't be connected.
If your phone is powered off,
It has no connection.
there are many smartwatches that have cellular service. Yes, sir. Yeah. But
Well, we're gonna
but that's
use an
why-
abundance of common
but that's
sense
why
to enact this state law, because common sense is gonna be the only thing that's gonna make it through.
That's why Gaines Tesnier will be getting a regular watch for Christmas. Yep.
yeah, I think we're ready to vote.
We have the motion and the second. With no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, that brings. That brings us to our next item, as an executive session, discussion of a personal matter relating to the superintendent's evaluation. So we would entertain a motion to enter into executive session. Have a motion from
Second.
Mr. Holden, second from Ms. Baker. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you all.
And Board, we're
We will-
set up to go to room 200, so you can take a restroom break, and I'll meet you there.
we would entertain the motion to come out of executive session. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Second by Mr. Vanderford. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Yes, sir. Our executive session was to discuss our superintendent's evaluation. And do we have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I
For-
recommend that Dr. Smith be, on behalf of the board and executive session, be given a satisfactory rating for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. We have a motion for the satisfactory evaluation rating, which is the highest you could achieve. Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Skinner. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. We've got a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second. Thank you, Ms. McDowell. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you.